So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm Peter Drury, and providing analysis and expert opinion alongside me will be Jim Beglin.
Cheers, Peter. It's a privilege to be here. It really is.
Well, the stage is set for a stirring showdown here. The supporters in great voice, and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. Game on. Well, we're on the way. So, Jim Beglin, what is your interpretation of the way they appear to be lining up?
Well, a reinforced rearguard, Peter, and a compact midfield probably suggests that they're focusing much on giving very little away. I think if you commit to that, then you really can't afford to concede, because it clearly demands a quick change in approach if you do, which isn't always easy, because in the build-up to this, believe me, they'll have been working principally on organisation and shape in training. And it's not easy just to suddenly come out.
He's had a shot! And here's Thuram. Reinders. He gets big. It's loose now and they want to get it back. And that's caused a worry or two. Great defending, strong and determined. Whistle's gone, that's foul. There's a quick free kick. He won't be happy with that one. That has ended up in no man's land. Rice. Oh, lovely bit of skill. And here's Mbappe. Now that looks... Takes a shot!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Another throw-in. And here's Bruno Fernandes. Played in with purpose. Howson deals with that. Tries a shot! Oh, that's fabulous! About as smooth as it gets. And it's Braga who take the lead. He just absolutely speared that in.
Well, that was hit with genuine ferocity. You just don't stop those, Peter.
Japan finding themselves unexpectedly behind. Mendes looking to hit the byline here.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
Reinders. Chouameni. Japan finding their passes. Chouameni. And here's Mbappe. And he's in on goal. He is just caressing. Thuram! Now, who's going to be first to this? And he's really put himself on the line here.
All he needs to do is to place this between the goalposts and basically let...
Up he goes! Oh, taken with style. Again, in a trice, and they are soaring. Great corner, and he did the rest.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and met it perfectly.
Sporting Braga are sitting pretty, 2-0 up.
To be expected, Peter. They've gone and stepped it up. Something they've been threatening to do and will continue to do by the looks of it.
Aimed beyond the defence. Flash chance! Oh, it's fallen loose again! Just cruising! They are cruising! They are really purring here, and they have extended their lead in the blink of an eye. Some heroic goalkeeping, But even that couldn't save them this time.
Well, that's not the best.
And a chance! And he hits the net! And they're at it again in double quick time! And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Well, it's an example of counter-attacking at its finest. Real cut and thrust.
Sporting Braga are at the peak of their powers. As for their opponents, a long way from that.
This is wonderful front-footed football. The manager will be absolutely thrilled to see his team clicking in every department. Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Japan have got it back and they'll have another go. Tonali. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Pedro Porro. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
And here's Thuram. Oh, he's gone for goal! Brought out the best in the keeper.
I think that's just more proof that this team is very comfortable playing on the break. They're really swift.
This their second corner of the game. He's got tall. Oh, denied at the last.
Pretty robust defending.
Knocks it into space. And the pass is intercepted.
It's the sort of situation that they'll want to capitalise on now.
Tonali. Reinders. Driving. There's the shot! They want to be quick to recover this. Keeper always had the measure of that.
Japan certainly looks sharp there. They're very well drilled in this art of counter-attacking.
Searching pass he's played there. Tonali kept his eye on it. And the first 45 minutes are up. Who would have seen this? By any yardstick, it is pretty much ideal for them. And we're underway again. So, 45 minutes to turn it round. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Now it's Haaland. Bruno Fernandes. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Havertz. Mbappe, given the lift of his goal. That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Passing is crisp and sharp. Nuno Mendes. This is Jimenez. Thuram might just make this. And he welcomes it in. Thuram receives it in a good position here.
Well, the way this game is offering less possession, they'll need to have a very good conversion rate.
Defending was strong and firm. Rice. And here's Mbappe. Nuno Mendes. The ball goes in.
Sporting Braga are totally dominant in the middle of the park, a no-way through zone.
Sporting Braga claiming a corner, and the referee concurs. Corner number 3 coming up. Japan are looking to go forward now. That's an untidy challenge. Free kick given. And it's Mendes. Bruno Fernandes. Played into the middle. It's in! It hurts. It hurts, does it not? Oh, how reality hurts.
Well, it's a goal fest, and the fact it's so one-sided now is getting scary.
And yes, it's him again. Great chance! And the assistant referee has his flag raised for offside. Well, they've got it back in a hurry. Nicely shaped ball. Pedro Porro. Reinders. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position.
Oh, what a climb! Oh, he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. And he has shown him a yellow card. Bruno Fernandes looking to play it into the box. So who is the target now? He's having a look at what's available. Deep cross. And he was alert to it. Bruno Fernandes. Saliba. Bruno Fernandes. Nuno Mendes with the cross. And it's been given away. Goes for a shot! They've done it! They are getting horribly bullied, and it seems there is plenty more to come.
Some of those players look totally lost out there now, Peter, and you can't blame them. And things are much healthier in their favour. Mind you, you would have thought that when the last one went in.
And the whistle's gone, presumably for offside. Tries to dink it through. Half an hour gone in the second half. And it's Mendes. He's picked his way through, and he's had it nicked away. Japan needed that. They really needed it.
Yeah, they showed a vulnerability until the move was stifled. That'll have stirred a little concern.
Oh, they can break here. Now it's Mbappe. He shifted it to the flank. Oh, well, that is not a great touch.
Yeah, it all looks so promising until unexpected sloppiness intervened.
Haaland under intense pressure.
Yeah, better communication and lots of contact seems to be the route to quietening him down now.
Oh, give it away. Oh, that's fabulous.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Now it's Haaland. Into the last 5 minutes. Oh, easy pickings there. Bruno Fernandes. Tonali. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Tries to pass it through. He's having a shot! Not the most convincing of passes. And here's Thuram. He's tried one! That looks a good cross. There will be 4 extra minutes. Japan have it back and can go again. That's a cute ball. Van der Ven gets across to intercept that. He steps in, and that's the end of that. Good ball, good take. And the flag has stayed down. He's shifting through the gears here. And that is it. The referee has seen enough. Well, that was thrilling. A game of champs and chumps. The winners were so good at times. A side that can and will trouble more or less everyone. How do you look back on the game then, Jim?
Well, Peter, I really couldn't see what this team was trying to achieve, whether it's the manager's message not getting through or not having the right players in the right positions. It all looked a bit lost.
And with that, it's time for me to thank Jim Beglin and to wish you a very good evening. Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be. My name's Peter Drury, and here's my co-commentator for the game. It's Jim Beglin.
Cheers, Peter. It's a privilege to be here. It really is.
There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary, and we should be in for something very special. Well, if you did just miss it, we are up and running already. And looking down the list of names, it does look, Jim, as though it's going to be a 5-3-2.
Well, it could be a disguise, Peter, for something else. And that five at the back can easily produce wing-backs. If that's the case, I think, it might end up a three at times. Admittedly, though, if they do play deeper and in line with the centre-backs, then we can take it that they don't really want to give much away. That'll be foremost in their minds. But essentially, it depends on the two wide players in that defence. If they push on a little bit more, we could see something very different. Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
Chouameni with the clearance. Japan have the chance to go the other way. Who do you think this turns on, Jim?
Well, Peter, he may be a player who we still haven't worked out what his best position is, but I still think that this fella, Kai Havertz's role, will be quite big. He initially played a little deeper before he arrived in England, but once he came to England, he tended to be played as a centre-forward, and it made it difficult for him. I mean, he wasn't attuned to that position, but now he's grown into it, and things are beginning to work.
Yes, they'll certainly be leaning heavily on him.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
He won't be happy with that one. Mbappe! Chance for a shot! And he's really put himself on the line here. Sporting Braga have their second corner now. Oh, a few ironic cheers tell the story. Chouameni. Japan are still to register a shot on target. As a matter of fact, a shot of any type. Chouameni. Havertz. Passes coming off in quick succession here. And it's Chouameni. Oh, well played.
They've got to make this nice and quick.
Now that's well seen too. Thuram. Now it's Mbappe. He has found the way through. Vicario with the clearance. Thuram. Now Tonali. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Great ball if he can get there. And he's certainly onside here. Oh, that's surely a foul. Free kick. He's having a good look here. And the potential here for the first goal of the game. Great ball, and he's in here. Pedro Porro unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Engages and forces him off the ball. So what can they make of this? Oh, he's found support out wide. Nice control. Bruno Fernandes. Looks a foul. Yep, referee's given it. And the referee has shown him a yellow card. Neither side giving way. It has been tight. Bruno Fernandes to Havertz. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Oh, no question, that's a foul. Bruno Fernandes. Into the final 5 minutes of the first half. Well read, nice interception. Havertz. And here's Haaland. Oh, it's come loose. And it's Reinders. Now it's Thuram. Reinders. Oh, this looks sharp. Stood up well to him there. And here's Bruno Fernandes. Picard. And the whistle goes for half-time. Well, it was a half of could-haves and should-haves, but as the whistle blows, we remain where we started. Plenty for both managers to mull over here. How do you look back on the first 45 minutes?
Well, simply put, Peter, they haven't been good enough to trouble the opposition. They need to play with more courage in the second half and a lot more intent.
An intriguing half, lacking only in goals. The score 0-0. And we're already back up and running after half-time.
Well, I suppose from a defensive perspective, Peter, neither manager can be too unhappy. I just wonder which team is going to up the ante first.
Sporting Braga look happy to sit back for the moment here.
Yeah, everything they're doing screams counter-attack, but it's a long counter-attack. When they win it back, they're not wasting any time. They're just trying to get the runners away as quickly as possible.
And he welcomes it in. Sporting Braga are looking to break at pace. Mendes has it out wide and in space. Swept in.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Looks to the other side.
That's a cracking pass to stretch the opposition.
Sporting Braga are looking to play on the counter here, aren't they?
Well, I think it's pretty clear they've changed their shape, certainly when defending at least, because they've got to be ready to hit them hard on the counter-attack, and that seems to be the plan.
Pedro Porro. Almost an hour gone. And here's Thuram. Japan needed that. They really needed it.
Yeah, they showed a vulnerability until the move was stifled. That'll have stirred a little concern.
Very little to report from an attacking perspective. Jim, it's a cagey old game.
Well, I think it's a fair reflection on what we've seen so far. Neither side has produced that many efforts at goal simply because respective defences have been strong.
Bruno Fernandes. Now it's Mbappe. Rice is onto this. He's picked his way through. Nice interception, well timed. And he's there to get it away. Now it's Thuram. Mbappe! It's in! And that is the goal we've all been yearning for.
Look, that was a technical interaction of great football. That has gone down a treat.
Both sides then taking this chance to turn to their benches. Sporting Braga have penetrated for the first time.
Look, experienced voices need to be heard now.
Shapes to shoot! Well, that was nice, but not quite the end product required.
Sorloth really should be making an apology. That longer range pass gave him a golden chance then.
They're trying everything to subdue him here.
Yeah, better communication and lots of contact seems to be the route to quietening him down now.
Played into space. Now it's Sorloth. Picked out brilliantly. Can he finish? It's a goal! 2 up now, and they are cruising. One sweeping move executed with deadly efficiency.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch and they're dazed.
2 goals on the day, and he may not yet be done. Sporting Braga are now luxuriating in a 2-goal lead.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down. But they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
Tonali looking to play it into the box. So he's plotting something before playing it in. Now it's Mbappe. Pedro Porro. Saliba. Good ball, good take. Lovely bit of skill. Goal kick. No, I stand corrected, it's a corner. Sporting Braga have their 3rd corner. Bensebaini gets it away. Japan are looking to go forward now. Japan looking to pass their way through. And the shot! And somehow he managed to miss it.
He's definitely playing with a lot more conviction. This team should look to him to produce the catalyst for a comeback.
Defending of the desperate variety. And the shot's on here. Shot could be on. He's had a shot! And no, he couldn't find the finish. This their 2nd corner of the game. He's got tall. Cleared without hesitation. And now they can spring out of defence. Haaland, Alvarez. He's had a shot! Denied by an instinctive save.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
So, 3rd corner of the game. And that has earned a reprieve for the time being. And now a sudden chance to counter. Nice try, but he wasn't buying it. Well, he's not happy with that challenge, but the referee has let it go. Oh, great chance! It's loose, and there's a race for the ball. Chooses to go back, and he's cut it out, and that's really well manoeuvred. Into a minimum of 4 minutes additional time. Chouameni. And here's Thuram. Can he finish? And that's it. Well, that's a tough one. Losing is never good, but this one feels especially hard to take. Not a Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be. I'm Peter Drury, and seated in the experts' hot seat is our man Jim Beglin.
Well, thanks for that, Peter. I'm more than ready to get going here.
There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary, and we should be in for something very special. We have already started here. And looking down the list of names, it does look, Jim, as though it's going to be a 5-3-2. Havertz! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
Havertz is offering a wry smile there.
Japan looking to pass their way through. And once more he proves rigid and robust. Who do you think this turns on, Jim?
Well, Peter, the inclusion of this fella, Mickey van de Ven, is probably an indication that the boss wants to play out from the back. I mean, we all talk about how brilliant his recovery pace is when it comes to defending, but he's actually quite tasty on the ball too, particularly with his long-range passing, and he loves those diagonals at times, and he's one to watch out for.
I wonder whether that has anything to do with you being a defender once upon a time, Jim. Oh, good take in a good area. Great vision. Now it's Thuram. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
Tonali. Saliba gets over and intercepts. Now, can they get him away? Reinders. That's very neat. Decent chance! Decent enough try. Still goalless. Japan finding their passes. Pedro Porro. Some good work on the right flank here. The referee's awarded a free kick. And it's Porro.
Just as I thought, Peter, it looks like this is a side that's setting themselves up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, stand by for the early ball, the big one over the top.
Yeah, and those that are up top, Peter, have to be willing to chase. And of course, those in midfield have to be ready now to recycle.
And they have got just the right players for that. Havertz. That's a little off target. Chouameni. Pedro Porro. Looking for a runner.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space left behind is filled.
Bruno Fernandes. Chips it through. Oh, well played.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough on the pass, Peter, did he?
Now there's a fine ball. Now the cross. Big header! Goal! Japan! And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch, and they're dazed.
A 1-0 lead established.
Well, this should allow them to be a bit more expansive, although they'll be wise to be cautious for now.
Tonali. Chouameni. That's a good ball out wide. Oh, sweet feet. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. He's on it. Can he get away? Tonali has a look and plays it forward. And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And it's Reinders. Now that's well seen too.
It looks very much like they'd be happy to settle for this narrow lead at the break.
Oh, that is a nice touch. And they've got rid. Tonali. Tonali. Chouameni. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Now it's Tonali. Good ball, good take. Oh, that's neat. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Nicely shaped ball. Good read, needed to be. That's a decent clearance. And the whistle goes for half-time. There's been no shortage of industry or intent thus far. A little inspiration and inventiveness, perhaps the only things lacking. Any strong opinions on the first half?
Well, I think it's a case of so far, so good. The boss has clearly done his homework, and I don't think he needs to change much during the break. Now they've got the lead, they can expect more of the same in the second half.
Japan are 1-0 up at half-time, and it's all to play for. And the game has already resumed here.
Well, if you're ahead, it's a good time to start moving the ball quicker, Peter. Entice your opponents out. See if you can open them up a bit more.
This looks promising. Lovely bit of skill. Oh, that pass isn't the best. Mbappe going full tilt down the left. And they can counter here. Oh, great run, magical! Whistle's gone, that's a foul. Well, that looks like a final warning, still no card. So, who's he going to be aiming for here? Nuno Mendes. It's a promising position. Produces a cross. Goes for a shot! Oh, the ball's run loose here. Oh, he's been caught napping. This time, surely! Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Well, that has not gone well. He's had a fair tumble under that challenge.
Thuram really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Tonali gets into a good position. Bruno Fernandes has created one goal already. Japan are still that goal to the good.
That's alert and sharp and very well played.
Bruno Fernandes. He really is being given no time to think on the ball now.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
That's simply brilliant defending. They were outnumbered, but he still came out on top.
Tonali carries the ball down the right. Bout of passing here, really. Oh, shooting chance! It's loose, and there's a race for the ball. He's got away with one there.
All he needs to do is to place this between the goalposts and basically let them attack it.
Unai Simon claims comfortably. Sporting Braga are looking to go forward now. And that has put paid to that.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
And here's Alvarez. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position to do that collectively.
Tonali looking to penetrate opposition lines. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Your impression so far, Jim?
Well, it's a natural instinct to defend when ahead, but it's too early for them to settle into that practice just now.
You have to say that was an exemplary tackle. Stopped him dead in his tracks. It's a searching pass. Great ball if he can get there. Thuram. Oh, they can break here. He's in a great position here.
This is actually quite a courageous move, and I'll add ambitious.
He rises! And that could have brought them level.
Sorloth absolutely knew he could ill afford to miss that.
Just eases him off the ball. Now it's Matheus Cunha.
Japan clearly have been instructed to kill this off. Offence is the best form of defence.
Passing is crisp and sharp. Tries to play it through. Out of play for a goal kick. Still just that single goal and we are nearly done. Matheus Cunha. Nice looking ball. That's beautifully weighted. Brilliantly cut out. The ball has bounced loose now and he's played it back. I think we're just about done here.
Japan really wanted that two-goal cushion, but it wasn't to be. Still, they should be able to see it out from here.
Mbappe has got himself a free kick. Howson has got the wrong side of the referee and got himself a yellow card for his troubles. And it's DiMarco. Tonali. Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Forward tracking back like that, always appreciated by the crowd.
He's dealt with that very well, Peter. It's a real show of discipline.
That'll be a throw. Gravenberg chooses to go cross-field. And time is up. Japan have done it. Their solitary strike ultimately proving just enough. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. I'm Peter Drury, and it's my chance to say that it is an absolute delight to have Jim Beglin beside me.
Thanks, Peter. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here.
Well, colour and passion just oozing from the stands here. These fans love their football, and we're about to be dished up a feast of it. Things have got under... Oh, he's taken out. That'll be a foul. Referee's come over. It's a red card. Japan are now forced to play the bulk of the game a man short.
It looked avoidable and unnecessary, but it makes you think that he was trying to intimidate.
And that's it. So many thanks to Jim Beglin. That's all we have time for. Good evening to you. So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. My name's Peter Drury, and here's my co-commentator for the game. It's Jim Beglin.
Glad to be here, Peter, and I'm ready to rumble.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. Well, if you did just miss it, we are up and running already. All eyes on the referee. It's a penalty. Japan present their opponents with the best possible chance here. This to go one up. And he's denied! No, he's missed it!
Oh, Peter, I'm not a great reader of body language, but I didn't like the way he walked up to that. Well, look, they know they've got a height advantage, and it's time for them to use it.
Not pretty, but it gets the job done. And now they can spring out of defence. Haaland. Haaland proves just a little bit too strong. And he's forced to go back. That's been cut out, well played. And it's been shipped out wide. Mbappe looking to run onto it. Who do you, Jim, see making the difference here?
Well, Peter, Aurelien Tchouameni is someone I see as being a real tour de force in that midfield. He's a tireless worker. I've heard so many people say he's just a nightmare.
There's the shot! That's a half-decent try.
Well, he looks a little annoyed with himself, Peter, but he hit it well enough. Better look next time, maybe.
And he's had it nicked away. Rice. Couple of decent early chances. It bodes well for an exciting game. Oh, he's felt that, hasn't he? Oh, he's got a sight of goal. Havertz.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
And here's Reinders. Havertz. That's a delicate pass. And he's made sure that's not getting through. So we're still where we started right now. Oh, that pass isn't the best. Now it's Mbappe. Now it's Thuram. Can he get on the end of this? No, not quite on the same wavelength. And he's managed to get rid. Now it's Reinders. He's under a lot of pressure there. Jimenez did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Saliba. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Tonali. Passes coming off in quick succession here. He's through, now is he in? Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Thuram was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. Bruno Fernandes. Howson. Very nearly half an hour gone here. Bout of passing here, really easy on the... Thuram! Gorgeous from Thuram. Oh, it really is a finish of the highest order.
Well, when it's pieced together as efficiently as that, it's a joy to watch.
So we have the first goal.
Well, that gives them the privilege to control the tempo of the game. It's up to them to manage it from here now.
And it's Reinders. He's found a way through. Bruno Fernandes. Shot a goal! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
Unai Simon breathes a sigh of relief as he gets his hands on the ball. Sporting Braga are looking to go forward now. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. He's in plenty of space here. And here's Mbappe. Tchouameni does really well to win the ball there. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Jimenez. Japan are 1 up and looking surprisingly comfortable. Here's Chouameni. Bruno Fernandes. And here's Thuram. Now it's Mbappe. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Chouameni concedes a free kick for that. Howson. And Ndika. Howson. Japan finding their passes. Reinders. And it's Chouameni. And here's Thuram. Tries a measured ball. And he was alert to it. And that'll be the final action of the first half. Well, there were plenty of talking points in that first half, but just the one goal. It's still anybody's game here.
I think on the whole, the team linked up very well and has been organised. Hence their position. They can afford to be a little braver with the ball, I think. Something they'll be told many times, I'm sure, during the interval.
Japan leading 1-0 at the break. And the game has already resumed here. Oh, what a climb! Fair attempt, just the wrong outcome.
Yeah, it's good movement, though. A bit unlucky he couldn't actually steer it goalwards.
Looking to play him in. Mbappe! He's got tall!
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Out to the right. Fired deep towards the back post. Chouameni getting this one clear. Tonali. Bruno Fernandes. And that is as far as they're going to go. Nice looking ball. And he's been shifted off it. Pedro Porro. Sporting Braga trying to orchestrate a breakaway here by the looks of it.
Well, I would say that this is probably the easiest way to play the game because you try and absorb in numbers defensively and then you look to hit it with a long ball quickly on the counter-attack to get your men in behind the opposition defence.
Just looking for that one telling pass. Quick look, then up he goes! Oh, surely that deserved a better outcome.
I think we can expect a few more of those now. Better timing was all that was required.
So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position to do that collectively.
Rice. Oh, delightful ball. And he's running for a chance for a shot! It's loose, and there's a race for the ball.
Sporting Braga really are going about things in the right fashion, Peter. It's great to see.
Well, they're looking a whole lot more urgent now.
A lucky break would certainly help their cause now.
Mbappe receives it in a good position here. Your impression so far, Jim?
They're ahead, but they're not playing as if they are. There seems to be more of an emphasis on protecting their lead than adding to it. It's all gone a little timid.
And he's intervened well there. Ndika. Haaland being hounded, manhandled at times.
Yeah, and if they're going to try and stop him in this fashion, Peter, they're going to really test the referee's patience from here.
Reinders herring after the ball here. Japan have kept their powder dry on the substitution front so far. Could that be about to change?
Well, you would hope for some movement off the bench, Peter, knowing you get an extra sub in extra time.
Havertz has created one goal already. Now it's Thuram. Just about up to 75 minutes. Reinders providing an outlet on that flank.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks. Japan surely have to be commended for their drive and desire. Most teams would be taking the easier defensive route by now.
Nice sequence of passes, this. Chouameni. Can he spark a counter here? Searching pass he's played there. Oh, that is asking for trouble. Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. Alvarez. Thuram. Can he finish? It's in! 2 up and in charge, and things are looking pretty good for them now. The movement so precise, the finish sumptuous.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch and they're dazed.
And he's done it again. He's got his second. Japan are doing very nicely, thank you.
Well, I think it's just the reward for their application. They've played with great courage to try and kill this.
Can he finish? Goal! And what a climax we have here! You don't keep those outs. He knew. He just knew.
Oh, what a hit, Peter. And there was nothing lucky about it, let me tell you. It was measured. It was simply inch perfect.
And it didn't take him long. Just sitting on the bench and waiting moments ago, already he has scored.
I think the manager's claiming an assist here.
Sporting Braga give themselves a chance of a fairy tale finish.
Well, the mindset has changed. Now they need to find all the courage they can get.
Ndika has been shown a yellow card for that offence, just to confirm.
Yeah, and the whole state...
It's a mighty effort! Smashing delivery, just didn't do enough with it.
Yeah, that was really sharp. That kind of delivery can play havoc with defences.
Into stoppage time, very little left on it. Bellingham tries making a foray down the right. Bellingham fires it in low. And he's quick to get it clear again. That's that, the end. Japan pull through, sometimes by hook, sometimes by crook, but that needn't matter. They have the win, and that's what they needed. Thuram taking in the accolades, having been named man of the match, and deservedly so. So what do you take away from it all, Jim?
This was all about tactics, Peter. A weakness in the central areas, both in defence and midfield, which is something we referred to before the game, and the manager was smart enough to make sure it was exploited.
And that's where we have to end it. From me, Peter Drury, and my co-commentator, Jim Beglin, a very good evening to you all. Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm Peter Drury and this is Jim Beglin. A delight to have him on board.
Well, thanks, Peter. There's a great sense of anticipation in this stadium, and I've been hit by it too.
Well, it looks like a big game, sounds like a big game. Everyone involved is absolutely up for it. And already we're underway here. So, Jim, this feels like a lineup designed to counter threats out wide. Is that it?
Yeah, you will in theory have the numerical advantage, Peter, on the wings. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for the opposition to try to get past you. On the other hand, you're essentially inviting your opponents up the field. It's going to be a fine balancing act between letting your opponents have the ball and looking for opportunities to counter. But it can work really well.
Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Look at the space here! Now looking to orchestrate a counter. Nicely weighted ball. Oh, that's fabulous. Crossing. Up he goes! And the keeper couldn't hold it. Goal! Braga! And it's Braga who take the lead. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
That's really good anticipation too, Peter. Just instinctively knew where the ball would be and where he needed to put himself.
Japan are already chasing the game. They didn't envisage that. And it's Reinders. Thuram is onto this. The ball has bounced loose now. That's a throw. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Tonali. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
That's beautifully weighted. Sporting Braga have a free kick. Well, that's a booking. Always looked it. That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with.
Japan really can't go chasing this game too soon. Any rash decisions now could see them lose it.
He shifted it to the flank. And it's Rice. He's being urged to shoot. Sporting Braga have reclaimed it. Chouameni.
Yeah, they were looking for a counter-attack.
Tonali. Reinders. And it's Tonali. Here's Chouameni. Chouameni spots it and intercepts. Passes coming off in quick succession here. And that is expertly dealt with. And it's Reinders. And he welcomes it in. Great chance! Now, who's going to be first to this?
That's just playing it safe and simple.
15 minutes till half-time. Good ball, good take. Nice-looking ball. Oh, that's well spotted. Reinders. Chouameni. Nicely spread. Another pass just keeps it ticking over. It's out for a goal kick. Reinders. And he's forced to go back.
Japan certainly could do with a positive spell for the remainder of this half, just to set the tone for what's to come.
He's picked his way through. Van der Ven did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Chouameni. Now it's Mbappe.
That's a modern defender's instinct from a modern coach's mindset. Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
It's a threatening ball. Mbappe! Goal! 2 up and in charge, and things are looking pretty good for them now. And he stuck it away as if laser guided.
Just way too good, Peter. The keeper was never going to stop it.
So that's 2 now without reply.
Yeah, and you have to say that the contrast of moods are very visible now. They really fancy themselves to go and wrap things up.
Chouameni. That has ended up in no man's land. Oh, perfectly measured that. He's found a way through.
Well, he got...
And the first 45 minutes are up. How do you look back on the first 45 minutes?
Well, I think things have worked out pretty well so far, Peter. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think the manager has to resist change at this stage.
And if you have just joined us, well, we've just begun the second period here.
Well, I think they have to be positive despite the scoreline. The one thing they don't want to do, Peter, is give away an early goal. But they can't afford to get too cagey either. So attack with real devilment, go for that goal and see if they can unsettle them.
Now it's Mbappe. Delivery. Terrific header! A collective sigh of relief from the defence.
And this is why almost every team presses from the front these days, Peter. If you get it right, it creates more chances.
Chouameni. Tonali. The message is clear. None shall pass. Now he's off and running. Oh, that's ambitious. Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
Sporting Braga certainly looks sharp there. They're very well drilled in this art of counter-attacking. That will annoy the manager. They're making themselves too predictable here.
That's a pretty loose pass. Thuram is onto it in a flash. Ndika. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position to do that collectively.
Bruno Fernandes purring through the gears. Rice defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. That's an imaginative pass. Howson gets across to intercept that. Haaland under intense pressure.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
Danger averted for now. Ambitious ball here. Now this could be a chance. Tonali. Chouameni. Pass somewhat off target. Howson. Tonali. Japan looking to pass their way through. To Havertz. Oh, well played, well played. Mbappe. Now, what about a counter-attack? And it's Porro. He's found a way past. Swings in across. Played in again. Vicario deals with that nice and simple. And reclaimed it in a trice. Bruno Fernandes. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending and they got away with it.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
Van der Ven cuts out the pass. Chooses to go cross-field. Looking for the run. It's a searching pass. Howson cuts it out. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Spread it left. Bout of passing here, really. Oh, shooting chance! Gorgeous from Thuram. About as smooth as it gets. Back within one. They have them in their sights again.
Oh, what a lovely exchange, Peter. I mean, he did the give and go, and that's just a lovely return ball. The weight of it was absolute perfection.
Both sides then taking this chance to turn to their benches. Japan get themselves back into contention.
Well, they'll just be praying that one more chance falls their way before the whistle goes.
Japan must do something here, and very quickly.
Well, it's looking like too little too late, but they are giving it all they have. Japan really might just end up kicking themselves after that. That could well have been it.
Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Now, try to spin that positively. I certainly can't.
Sporting Braga nearly finished it off there, but now it's a case of waiting for the whistle.
Oh, that's an excellent interception. Mbappe going full steam ahead down the left flank. Oh, not quite. And that's put paid to a promising move. Time added on will be 2 minutes. Chouameni, and it's Tonali. Bellingham. And the shot! Oh, and that is really good tenacity.
All the big boys are set for this. It's like land of the giants in there.
Cleared without hesitation. Goes for a shot! And that is the end of it. They hung on right till the finish. Well, that turned out to be quite a game. Both sides committed, determined, driven, and whilst you might argue to the contrary, perhaps a fair result on the balance of things. Well, what are your thoughts on today's game then, Jim?
Japan never really got into this game. I think conceding early as they did seemed to completely undermine whatever had been put in place before they left that dressing room, and they just didn't readjust to it at all.
My thanks to Jim alongside me, and as the fans make their way home, so must we. Good evening to you. Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm Peter Drury, and it's my chance to say that it is an absolute delight to have Jim Beglin beside me.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Drury, and hello to everyone.
There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary, and we should be in for something very special. If you're just joining us, we are already underway. Oh, there's a probing ball. Japan looking to pass their way through. And he's in on goal. Great chance! Well, that was nice, but not quite the end product required.
That's good running. It makes life so much easier when you have people who are willing to go beyond the defence like that.
So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Well, this player, Gravenberg, is someone I can't decide whether he's a 6, an 8 or a 10, Peter. He basically plays all of those roles in every game. And, of course, he's the main connector between defence and midfield. But he'll be the one playing the majority of the team's progressive passes forward. He's also a really physical presence, and he must be a bit of a nightmare to play against, actually.
I'm thinking the same. He will be a central feature, no doubt. And it's Gravenberg. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
First quarter of an hour gone. Hangs. Oh, smashing header! Bruno Fernandes. Still goalless. Now that looks a decent ball. Bruno Fernandes. Plays a sharp little ball here. There's the shot! Goal! Braga!
Yeah, and he did well not to stray offside there as well, Peter. He just seemed to instinctively know when the ball was going to be delivered, and he got it right.
So we have the first goal.
Yeah, but I think they all know too well that things are far from done here, and while there's never a good time to be caught out, you definitely don't want it to be now. It's a decent chance to counter-attack. He read that really well and stopped it.
Looking to play him in. Sporting Braga not making any meaningful inroads despite all the time they've had with the ball. Opts for safety. Vicario.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
To Havertz. And it's Reinders. Great ball at Havertz! And it's hit the woodwork and out! Well seen, saw that coming.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
And that is expertly dealt with. Well, it is clear to see that he is not at all happy with that.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Can he finish? Big relief, it just needed better contact.
I think that's just more proof that this team is very comfortable playing on the break. They're really swift.
Sporting Braga trying to orchestrate a breakaway here by the looks of it.
Well, I would say that this is probably the easiest way to play the game because you try and absorb in numbers defensively and then you look to hit it with a long ball quickly on the counter-attack to get your men in behind the opposition defence.
Just looking for that one telling pass. Bumps him off it and wins back the ball. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
It shot a goal! And that's caused a worry or two.
They've got a healthy number of very tall targets to pick out from this corner.
Bruno Fernandes gets rid without sophistication. Pedro Porro. He's shifting through the gears here. Sporting Braga with another corner. This their second corner of the game. Ndika tries to clear. Japan are looking to go forward now. Gravenberg. And that pass just didn't quite work. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. And it's Chouameni. Gravenberg. Driving on and making good progress. Now it's Gravenberg. Oh, that's fabulous. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. Well, this may not be the kindest angle for a direct hit.
Yeah, plenty of jostling in that box. They just need a good delivery.
Bruno Fernandes. Oh, nice touch. And the half-time whistle goes. There's been no shortage of industry or intent thus far. A little inspiration and inventiveness, perhaps the only things lacking.
Well, let's not beat about the bush, Peter. It's been fairly flat, and the support have had little to cheer about. So an awful lot of questions have got to be asked, and the answers need to be found in a hurry.
And if you're just back from your break, you've missed very little of the resumption of the second half.
Japan really need to bring up their intensity and rhythm a notch or two, Peter. Just looked a step too slow on everything.
Reinders. And here's Thuram. And it's Gravenberg. That's a lovely, neat pass. Havertz. Now there's a fight. Can he finish? Denied by an instinctive save.
Gravenberg actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
That's the keeper's ball. And now a sudden chance to counter. Osimhen under intense pressure.
Yeah, better communication and lots of contact seems to be the route to quietening him down now.
And here's the chance to counter. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Howson spots it and intercepts. Mbappe picks it up out wide. Looking for options for movement. He is through here. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Corner number 3 coming up. Mbappe! No, he didn't quite meet it right. So, Jim, what are you thinking?
Look, they may be one down, but they're not shying away. Time is on their side, and they're set on using it.
Oh, that's a foul. Free kick's been given. So, time for changes on both sides, actually. And it's Mendes. That's a good run down the left. He's picked his way through. Climbs up big. Showing great feet there. Wirtz receives it in a wide position. And that's aimed into the... Oh, what a climb! Oh, not this time, but a lot of applause for the thought.
Yeah, it's very well timed. A delivery like that with the right amount of pace and whip can be a nightmare to defend against.
Gravenberg. Japan, perhaps wondering what the best time is for their next substitution.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking for change in a tight game like this, Peter, it's all about getting the timing right.
Japan have their second corner now. And it's been taken short. That's a throw.
That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away and eventually you might just get that little break.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
They just need to sort out their end product, and quickly.
That'll be a throw. Tonali. Wirtz. Tonali. It's a searching pass.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
Dinks one through. Dink through. He came in hard, very hard. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
Now he's got space here. He's on it. Can he get away? Sorloth was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. It's a promising position. Sporting Braga have reclaimed it. Oh, and the shot! No mistake! And there's the goal they've been looking for.
Oh, he did so well to hold his run and stay on side, Peter. That was really clever.
Sporting Braga could not have picked a better time to snatch a two-goal lead. Is there still time for a... And that will be the final act. Well, that's a tough one. Losing is never good, but this one feels especially hard to take. So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm Peter Drury, and it's my chance to say that it is an absolute delight to have Jim Beglin beside me.
Thanks for that, Peter, and may I say a big hello to everyone.
Well, the stage is set for a stirring showdown here. The supporters in great voice, and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. Game on. The action has already started. Jim, who do you pick out as the telling individual today?
This guy, Declan Rice, is a player I really rate. With him, you get exactly what it says on the box. A workhorse defensive midfielder who likes to stay in the deeper part of midfield, knowing his primary job is to make sure he shuts down any build-up play in that area.
I'm thinking the same. He will be a central feature, no doubt. Cross to the back post.
That was well seen too. Good clearance.
Now this could be a chance. Backward it goes. And it's Chouameni. Chouameni gets a foot in here. Tries to play it through. He's found a way through. Goes for a shot! Goal! Braga! Well, how's that for a class finish?
Well, he's a defender's nightmare. You try to send him one way, and he just slips the other.
Japan are already chasing the game. They didn't envisage that. Gravenberg, Mbappe. And he welcomes it in. Oh, important interception. That is ended up in no man's land. Now it's Osimhen. Havertz. Oh, that's a fine interception. And here's Thuram. And it's Gravenberg. Japan are behind here despite their domination of possession. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. It's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Can he get on the end of this? Mbappe. Not the most convincing of passes. That's a throw. Havertz.
Japan really can't go chasing this game too soon. Any rash decisions now could see them lose it.
It's a goal kick. Szoboszlai. Bout of passing here, really easy on the eye. Oh, he's seen that early. Used a certain sixth sense. Ndika cuts out the pass. Plays the return pass. And here's Mbappe. Now it's Mbappe. Bruno Fernandes. Almost half an hour in now. Saliba gets across to intercept that. Unai Simon with the clearance. Van de Ven. Oh, good spread. Drives it in. And that's the keeper's ball.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Vinicius Junior. Rice. Ambitious ball here. And they're quick to get it back. Vinicius Junior. A slightly better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Thuram. Mbappe has it in a wide position. And that should get the job done.
Japan truly have no need to panic. They can reassess at half-time.
He's found a way past. He is just caressing the ball. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Now it's Mbappe. Now it's Rice. Well read, and the danger is averted. That's really well cleared. And we hit half-time. Well, it's certainly simmered along nicely so far. Just the one goal in it, and it's all still very much up for grabs.
Well, for me, Peter, things have never really got going, but at least this will be a good time to reflect and regroup. I can see a few changes coming, because whatever they've been doing, it just hasn't gelled.
And if you're just back from your break, you've missed very little of the resumption of the second half.
Japan really need to bring up their intensity and rhythm a notch or two, Peter. Just looked a step too slow on everything.
They're back in possession and ready to go again. Goes looking wide. Now, what about a counter-attack? Bruno Fernandes gets into some space. Mbappe is wide and looking to get onto this. Vinicius Junior. Pass somewhat off target. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. There's no flag. Japan can breathe again, just.
Well, I thought they got off lightly there. The odds were stacked against them.
And no, that was never going to make it. Can he spark a counter here? Great run on the overlap here. Well, a glitch with the rangefinder there, and evident annoyance.
He made it look a bit predictable.
That's a good ball. And that has put paid to that. Chance, surely! It's in! A two-goal lead, and they're firmly in control. The movement so precise, the finish sumptuous.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find enough.
Shoots! In for the pieces! It's in! And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
Oh, listen, last line of defence and you don't get it right, then you're paying a visit to your net.
This is threatening to become a really good game.
Well, what a difference a goal makes. Now all of a sudden it seems the belief is back.
Havertz charging forward, the ball at his feet. You would think that now would be a good time to consider some changes.
It's about risk-taking and boldness now. Are we going to see any activity from the bench?
Gravenberg, and there's his chance to lead the counter. Osimhen looking to shake off some unwanted attention.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now. Well, it's definitely the right attitude and application, Peter. They've got to keep pushing.
They're coming again and again.
They just need to sort out their end product, and quickly.
And it's Gravenberg. Gravenberg really struggling to influence the game.
Look, he could do with someone else taking responsibility to shift the target. He badly needs some help here. Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. Van der Ven gets over and intercepts. Oh, this looks sharp. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Now it's Haaland. Deftly away. And he's had it nicked away. Chouameni floated through. Wirtz! And he's heaved it away. Bumps him off it and wins back the ball. Bellingham. Great vision. Decent chance! And he can clear it away. Japan must do something here, and very quickly.
At least they're going about it as they should, having brought this on themselves.
Van der Ven is there, and he can get that clear. Chouameni. Shapes to shoot! And he's really put himself on the line here.
It's make or break time now, and they're all headed for the penalty box.
Cleared without hesitation. Out of play for a throw. Bensebaini. Played out wide. Flashes it across. That's a decent clearance. Nice interception, well timed. Hakimi is there to clear. Van der Ven. Bellingham. And it's Gravenberg. And he's gone looking for safety. And that's it. Japan, perhaps feeling a little aggrieved with this final score. They clearly feel that their effort Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Well, thanks, Peter. There's a great sense of anticipation in this stadium, and I've been hit by it too.
Colours vivid and vibrant, songs loud and proud. The tone for this game is well and truly set. Well, as you can see, we've already started here. Some good work on the right flank here. That was good pressing, forced the error to put an end to it before things could get even more threatening. Vinicius Junior. Who do you think this turns on, Jim?
Well, Peter, the inclusion of this fella, Mickey van der Ven, is probably an indication that the boss wants to play out from the back. I mean, we all talk about how brilliant his recovery pace is when it comes to defending, but he's actually quite tasty on the ball too, particularly with his long-range passing, and he loves those diagonals at times, and he's one to watch out for.
Yeah, he'll certainly be leaving his mark on this game, quite possibly actually at both ends. Well seen, saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
Plays a sharp little ball here. Well, they've got it again. Osimhen. Japan have had the ball in promising areas, but nothing to show for it. Here's Tchouaméni. Aimed beyond the defence. It's run loose. Who's going to get there? And it's Mendes. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
So it is still 0-0. Now it's Rice. And he's in on... He's having a shot!
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Havertz.
It's a decent chance to counter-attack.
Now it's Osimhen. Played back in. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
He's not played the ball, that's a foul. And he has shown him a yellow card. Bruno Fernandes. Van der Ven. Nuno Mendes. And he has been fouled there. The ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. Now, there are plenty in the middle waiting for this. And there's not much doubt that this will be played into the penalty area. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Mbappe. It's Vinicius Junior. Thuram. It's Vinicius Junior. Tchouaméni producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Just coming up to the 30-minute mark. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Gravenberg. Threads one in. Vinicius Junior. He rises! Goal! Japan! Satisfyingly simple. There's almost a sense of beauty to this.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and met it perfectly.
So we have our breakthrough.
Yeah, but I think they all know too well that things are far from done here, and while there's never a good time to be caught out, you definitely don't want it to be now.
Ah, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. No, he's not getting his way this time. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Over to the other side. That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Now, what about a counter-attack? Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes. He's got tall. And that's caused a worry or two.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit disappointed with that, Peter. You would have fancied him to at least hit the target.
And the two sides separated by the game's only breakthrough moment to this point. 1-0 the score. And it's Gravenberch. Tries to play it through. And here's the chance to counter. Looking to play him in.
He'll be disappointed with that.
Gravenberch. Havertz. Osimhen. That is good strength. And the referee brings the first half to a close. There's been no shortage of industry or intent thus far. A little inspiration and inventiveness perhaps the only things lacking.
Yeah, on the face of it, it looks a fair reflection of what we've all seen, Peter. Some incisive play one side, battling qualities on the other. I think this game is there to be won, and a minor tweak may be all it needs to change it.
Japan happy to have the lead in a tight old game. Half-time, 1-0. And we are already promptly back underway.
Well, if you're ahead, it's a good time to start moving the ball quicker, Peter. Entice your opponents out. See if you can open them up a bit more.
Nice looking ball. Chips it through. Nice interception. His positioning was spot on. Van der Ven gets over and intercepts. Passing is crisp and sharp. Lovely pass, but can he get there? And it's Porro. Sporting Braga have a free kick. Well, that looks like a final warning. Still no card.
Well, there's lots of movement in the box for them to pick out.
Pedro Porro. Chouameni. Thuram. Now it's Mbappe. Havertz. And that's a simple one for the keeper.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
Rice. Looking for a runner. Oh, important interception.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. Bumps him off it and wins back the ball. Howson promptly onto that, and that is that. Can he spark a counter here? Osimhen looking to shake off some unwanted attention.
Well, they seem intent on marking him out of the game. They're certainly trying to wind him up in the process, Peter.
Bruno Fernandes. Nicely shaped ball. That's the keeper's ball.
That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away and eventually you might just get that little break.
They're coming again and again.
Well, the question now is whether they can sustain it.
Pinches it off him. Oh, that looks a good ball through. So, Jim, what are you thinking?
Well, Peter, if they're attempting to see out the game with such a narrow advantage, there's room for trouble. I just think they're sending out the wrong message. This could backfire.
Chance! Matheus Cunha. And it's Mendes. Tries to pass it through. He steps in, and that's the end of that. And he's managed to get rid. Well, the manager might be thinking of shuffling his pack here.
It's about risk-taking and boldness now. Are we going to see any activity from the bench?
And he's quick to snatch it back. Just about up to 75 minutes. Now that looks a decent ball. No, it's come to nothing. So, time for changes on both sides, actually. That'll be a throw. Chouameni and Reinders looking tidy in possession here.
Japan surely have to be commended for their drive and desire. Most teams would be taking the easier defensive route by now.
Saliba gets across to intercept that. That's tidy. Tries the cross. Saliba is there and he can get that clear. Can he get on the end of this? Crossed in once more. Cleared away. Couldn't squeeze it through. Still just that single goal and we are nearly done. That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Chouameni. And it's Gravenberch. Oh, good-looking ball. And that has put paid to that. That's really well cleared.
Sporting Braga really can only do one thing now, Peter. Get the ball up front, make sure it sticks, and sustain some pressure. Japan have really been terrific at snuffing out the threat. Now for something different.
Now it's Matheus Cunha. Yeah, he's fouled him there. There could be trouble here. But for now, the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket. DiMarco. In by DiMarco. And that has been cleared. That's that, the end. Japan have held on. They have doggedly, sometimes frantically, preserved the tightest of leads. Osimhen claiming the Man of the Match award, and there is very little room for argument. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. I'm Peter Drury and this is Jim Beglin.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Drury, and hello to everyone.
Well, it looks like a big game, sounds like a big game. Everyone involved is absolutely up for it. Well, as you can see, we've already started. A mighty effort! Goal! Japan! And the game springs instantly to life.
The perfect show of intent, great purpose, great industry, and great confidence.
Broad smiles all round. It is indeed a fine, fine header.
Yeah, but I think most of the credit has to go for the ball into the box, Peter. Just came in at the perfect time and the perfect angle.
I doubt very much that this was in the script. Now that looks a decent ball. That's really well cleared. He won't be happy with that one. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Tries to pass it through. Osimhen. Howson. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior receives it in a good position here. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest.
I'm struggling to work out whether that was brave or a bit stupid. Maybe both, actually.
Chouameni. Some really good ball movement, and he was alert to it. Japan leading here thanks to that early goal, and the score is 1-0. Chouameni, that's an imaginative pass. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Oh, nicely intercepted.
Just as I thought, Peter, it looks like this is a side that's setting themselves up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, stand by for the early ball, the big one over the top.
Yeah, and those that are up top.
Sporting Braga have a free kick. And the referee has shown him a yellow card. And it's Chouameni. He's in space and looking for options. He can get that clear. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Chouameni. Good running, strong and purposeful. And here's Thuram. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Mendes made a surge from fullback, as it turned out unsuccessfully. Mbappe. Oh, he's seen that early, used a certain sixth sense. Well, it is clear to see that he is not at all happy with that.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough on the pass, Peter, did he?
That's a good ball. Reinders. Now it's Thuram. Reinders. Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro. Oh, what a climb! And that's a good-looking ball. Moved on forwards. And here's Thuram. Howson gets it clear.
Thuram really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Looking for options for movement. Delivery from Mbappe. And he gets rid in a hurry. Played back.
Yeah, probably the best option. It had to go back.
Howson with the slide tackle there. Wits looking to play him in. Mendes has it out wide and in space. Gravenberg. Van de Ven. And it's Wits. And here's Mbappe. Now it's Wits. Shoots! Big relief, it just needed better contact.
Sporting Braga certainly looks sharp there. They're very well drilled in this art of counter-attacking.
Chouameni to Havertz. Mbappe. Lovely pass, but can he get there? And he's straight offside. Great defending, strong and determined. And the first half is done. Well, there were plenty of talking points in that first half, but just the one goal. It's still anybody's game here.
I thought that was a decent 45 minutes of football. Plenty of signs that both managers can take a lot of encouragement from. I would say the mood is neither overly negative nor positive. You still have to approach this like it's 0-0.
Japan head for the dressing room in possession of a 1-0 lead. And if you have just joined us, well, we've just begun the second period here. A solitary goal, that has been the crucial difference. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Wits. Now it's Thuram.
It's a decent chance to counter-attack.
Now that's well seen too. And that's put paid to a promising move. Now it's Mbappe. He has found a way through. And he's taking no chances there. And that's gone all the way through to the keeper. Osimhen being hounded, manhandled at times.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Japan are still that goal to the good. Mbappe has created one goal already. Knocks it into space. And the whistle's gone, presumably for offside. So the manager can make a change for the first time in the game here. Just about up to the hour now. So, Jim, what are you thinking?
Well, this lead is beginning to look a little delicate. I'd rather see them show the ambition and adventure to go further ahead. But it seems as if they settle for a riskier approach now to defend this.
Matheus Cunha threads one in. Bruno Fernandes. And the shot! It's bounced back off the post. Pinches it off him. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other.
That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away and eventually you might just get that little break.
They're coming again and again.
They just need to sort out their end product. and quickly.
So time for change, and this one has been on the cards for a little while. Now he's got space here. Well, that has not gone well. Well, a glitch with the rangefinder there, and evident annoyance.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
And that is a little undercooked. No, not quite on the same wavelength. And that is as far as they're going to go. Almost 75 minutes on the clock now. Maciusz Cunha. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Maciusz Cunha! Chooses to go back. And it's hoisted clear. Chouameni tries to play it through. Nuno Mendes with the cross.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Now it's Solot. Maciusz Cunha. Chance, surely! And he's there to clear it. Thuram. Whatever he had in mind, that was not it. He's in a great position here. Valverde. Ball is over the line. It's not an especially good pass, that. Played towards the other side. And it's Rice. Bruno Fernandes. Plays a sharp little ball here. And he's cleared it out of harm's way.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
Nuno Mendes. That is good pressure, just hounded him off it. Very much into the last knockings. Solot, and a chance! He's done very well to get to that.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
The message is simple: defend this with your lives. And he's gone looking for safety. And it's Jimenez. Bensebaini gets good distance on it. Forwards and with intent. Back into the middle. Deep into stoppage time. Flashes it. Up he goes!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
And that will be it. Relief, finally. Now at last they can enjoy the taste of victory. Fingernails bitten to the quick, but they have got over the line. Quite a ride. Thuram picking up the Man of the Match award, and no surprise there. So, Jim, how do you reflect on what we've seen?
And there's a lot more to read into this game than just the scoreline.
Well, that's it for tonight's match, so it just remains for me to thank Jim Beglin alongside me and to wish you all a very good evening. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. I'm Peter Drury, and it's my chance to say that it is an absolute delight to have Jim Beglin beside me.
Well, I can tell you I'm truly delighted to join you, Peter, and thank you very much for that.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. Things have got underway here pretty promptly. Ambitious ball here. Pedro Porro. He's got away. Dealt with nicely by the defence. Sporting Braga have got it back and they'll have another go. Tries to play it through. Bruno Fernandes providing an outlet on that flank. And that has been cleared. Decent chance! Goal! Braga! And it's Braga who take the lead. Just gorgeous, the most glorious, delicious of touches, followed up with an unerring finish.
Well, I think he knew all he had to do was get it under control, and it was always going to end up in the back of the net thereafter.
So, a breakthrough already. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Chouameni. Yeah, that does look a foul. Referee's given a free kick. Mbappe. It's Vinicius Junior. Gravenberg. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, that's clever. Oh, important interception. Havertz. First quarter of an hour gone. Now it's Gravenberg. And he's made sure that's not getting through.
Japan are really in a position where patience and prudence will serve them best. Time's on their side.
Vinicius Junior. Thuram. He's on it. Can he get away? And he shoots! Loose ball now, and there's a chase on to retrieve it. Mendes attempts a clearance. Mbappe. Can he get it through? Another chance from a corner.
They've got a healthy number of very tall targets to pick out from this corner.
Jimenez can get it clear. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Sporting Braga have the chance to go the other way. Vinicius Junior. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Howson. Played out towards the right wing. Bruno Fernandes. Rice, who's set up one goal so far. And it's Porro. Bruno Fernandes. Howson is there, and he can get that clear.
This is the time you need that pace.
Oh, this looks sharp. Gravenberg. Oh, that was vital. And that was very necessary. Van de Ven. Now it's Mbappe. Thuram is onto this. Real chance! And it's in! 2 up and in charge, and things are looking pretty good for them now. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Well, it's an example of counter-attacking at its finest. Real cut and thrust.
Sporting Braga are sitting pretty, 2-0 up.
We're looking at a very different game now. The command has been established.
Oh, delightful ball. He's found a way through. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Gravenberg. Mbappe. Plays the return pass. Japan looking to pass their way through. Nuno Mendes. Now, can they get him away? Mbappe gets into a good position. And it's Rice. Havertz. Now it's Thuram. Oh, they can break here. A probing pass. Saliba kept his eye on it, and he's there. And that'll be the final action of the first half. How would you review the first half?
Japan certainly can feel happy about how things have gone, but now isn't the time to take their foot off the pedal. They need to keep pushing, keep imposing. Don't leave the door open for the opposition.
And we're already back up and running after half-time.
Well, I think they have to be positive despite the scoreline. The one thing they don't want to do, Peter, is give away an early goal. But they can't afford...
It's a mighty effort against the crossbar. And that has been clubbed away. Havertz. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. That's gone for a throw-in. And it's Gravenberg. Looking to play him in. Danger averted for now.
I wouldn't fancy playing up front in these circumstances, to be honest. There's absolutely no supply.
Oh, he's managed to get himself offside. Some resolute defending there. Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro hurtling down that right flank. Pass somewhat off target. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position to do that collectively. There's no doubt it's a long way back, but they can at least give us something to believe the gap might be closed.
He really is being given no time to think on the ball now.
Well, they seem intent on marking him out of the game. They're certainly trying to wind him up in the process, Peter.
Mbappe chasing after it. Nicked it back promptly. Tchouaméni. Vinicius Junior.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Thuram played into space. That's good vision. Too much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Well, that is one way to stop him. Oh, it's come loose. Goes down, but nothing given. Cute ball now, how can he reach it? Vicario breathes a sigh of relief as he gets his hands on the ball. And that's put paid to a promising move. Played through into space. Back into the middle. Thuram. He's being urged to shoot. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Howson promptly onto that, and that is that. Knocks it into space. Into the last quarter of an hour. Havertz. And he's heaved it away. And he's there to retrieve it. Ndika. Tchouaméni. Aimed beyond the... He's had a shot!
That's just playing it safe and simple.
And it's Tchouaméni. Passes short and sharp. And that has left him in a heap. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal. And it had to be. We have got changes here, from both sides in fact. Can he get on the end of this? That's a shade optimistic.
Well, they can at least make a fight of it. Even if it's just a goal, the lift it would give would be huge no matter what the end result is.
Cleared without hesitation. Lovely pass, but can he get there? That's going to go a long way. Gravenberg. Now it's Haaland. Haaland! Well, now it's a race for the ball. And he's there to get it away. It's gone out for a throw-in. And the pass is intercepted. Great vision. Now it's Haaland. That's that, the end. Well, here is a defeat that may hit them hard, and you can sense that all around us. Things going pretty awry, and the outcome in the end, virtually unavoidable. So, Jim, how do you reflect on what we've seen?
Well, there was a distinct lack of clarity or commitment in everything the players were trying to do. Looking pretty lethargic, and they were ruthlessly exploited and deserved to be.
So many thanks to Jim Beglin. That's all we have time for. Good evening to you.